Level up!
Yeah. Good morning, Dark. Good morning, Dimmin. Din. All Odie, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the bevy. Do appreciate. Whoa, that's my name. Is that just my name now? Your name now is Din because that's what some people call dinner, and I'm already feeling hungry. It's great. It's awesome. Anyway. Greetings and salutations, everybody. My name is Michael Schwan, and welcome to the stream. Today is Sunday, September 19th, 2021, and that means it's time for me to get to work. It means I'm going to be working on some stuff. I'm going to be working on scripting, editing, recording, YouTube videos, graphics design, VOD work, everything. As much as I can get done in what normally is a 3-hour stream, which is not very long to be doing the kind of work that I just... What? Oh, is my left eye good? Yeah, so... Yes, my left eye is good. It's probably really red right now. In fact, I bet if I make myself bigger, it looks even more red. Yeah, it looks real red. The reason that my eyes look really red, especially in the morning. So back in 2018, go back farther. I needed glasses for the vast majority of my life. It was really interesting. One day in 3rd grade, I went to school one day and was able to read and see everything just fine. I went to school the next day and I was sitting in the front row and I couldn't read the board. Like, my eyes went from like fine to awful in one day. And then from the age of what age are you in 3rd grade? 8? Yeah. Like, so I got glasses when I was like 8 in 3rd grade. No, I was young, so I was 7 because I was moved forward. And then I had glasses all that time. I never wore contacts because my eyes are super sensitive. And then we moved forward to November of 2018, and my optometrist says, "Hey, you're good to get eye surgery if you want corrective eye surgery." So I went and got corrective eye surgery. Massively successful surgery. I had no issues. The only what is the word for post-surgery? There's a word for when you're post-surgery. Anyway, the only long-term post-surgery effect is that in the morning, right when I wake up, my eyes are pretty dry. Okay? Now, what I should be doing when I first wake up is using some nice eye drops to hydrate my eyes. But I'm stupid, so I don't. And so generally the thing that hydrates my eyes is the shower and your tap water. While like we have really clean tap water up here, it's still full of like minerals and stuff like that. And when that's what your eye is absorbing for hydration, it makes your eyes a bit angy buns. So generally after I get out of the shower in the morning, if I didn't use my eye drops before the shower, then my eyes get kind of red and irritated. And that's what this is. Okay. And good morning, Scott Scabbers. Welcome. Let's go ahead and get Stream Raiders fired up, and then we'll get the music fired up, and then we will probably start with some editing. I need to grab a couple of reaction videos and edit them. Do we have any quests right now? Rogues, Archers, Orc Slayers. All right, well, we are at a boss, so that's a perfect excuse to use an Orc Slayer right now. So yeah, that's why my eyes look ready red. Ready red. I'm gonna get rid of these guys and these guys and these guys. We don't want them dang fangled defensive zones. We just want to hit things. All right, so let me do that. Let me get Athena's Stream Raiders pulled up. and hit back and close that. My favorites. Me. Cool. We'll get Athena's Orc Slayer on the other side. Oh, sick. That completes her Orc Slayer quest. Nice. I'll just collect that for her now so that sometimes it'll give you a new one. Yep, there you go. Sometimes it'll give you a new one. Okay, so the other thing that I need to do is I need to pull up a specific YouTube video. So I downloaded this video a long time ago, and it's what we use for music on, like, Tactical Tuesdays when we're waiting on loading screens and, like, Tarkov and stuff like that, because I really liked this mix. But I am getting to the point where it's not that I don't like the mix anymore, and it's such a good mix that I think I could just keep listening to it, but I want to add some more music in, but there are very specific tracks out of this mix that I want. So what I've been doing is I've been listening to this track, because this track does have the names of each song when the song starts up here in the top left corner of the video, and so I've been downloading the individual songs that I've wanted and been putting them in, like, my streaming music folder, but it's a 12-hour video. It's a 12-hour video, so it takes a minute sometimes to get through this. All right. So I'm gonna start with a couple of VODs that I need to get edited. Not edited. Well, a couple of reactions that I need to get edited. One that I had forgotten to do entirely, and the other one that I just did on Tuesday. At least I think so, anyway. Yeah, there's an ever tried reaction in a VOD that I need to go get. All right. I also want to... It's really long, but I'd like to try and record the crafting guide for Tarkov. Well, let's get started. But, with that all said, how is everybody this morning? Are we doing well? Ever tried and what? You're good, Scott Scappers? I'm glad. I'm glad that me and Athena have one, like, stream between us somewhere that is more comfortable for you to make. I also really appreciate it because you're normally here on Sunday mornings and you're super chatty, and I appreciate that immensely. I like talking. Hey, Drun, good morning. Doing all right. I'm doing quite well. How's you other than the whole eye thing? Honestly, like, aside from, like, needing to blink some extra times, I don't normally notice the eye thing. Other people notice more than I do because they're like, your eyes are so red. And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. I need to go get Ben Stein's clear eyes or whatever it is. Athena Swan! As I'm sure Athena, who was half asleep in the room directly above me, just went, why would you make that noise? Why? Why would you make that noise? Or she recognized it and giggled. Maybe. Except she doesn't really like to be woken up, so yeah. And normally not likes to be woken up to the sound of screaming either. Okay, so we need to go into my VODs. I've fallen behind on keeping up on getting my VODs edited and posted. I normally only chattel with people I'm comfortable with. Oh, well, I'm glad that you feel at least somewhat comfortable here, Scott Scabbers. Because you're normally fairly chatty, and I appreciate it And I'm glad that I have provided a space that you feel that you are, what level of comfort you are. Where am I going? In here. Okay, what is this? This is Tarkov. Let me get another folder open. Tarkov. This is Sunday Creatives. This is Apex. Should go ahead and rename that now. What? There we go. Tales of Arise. I'm gonna give Tales of Arise its own folder. Although I do need to talk to Athena and see if she has decided if she wants to do it for Power Couple or not. We need a new folder for the Somnium files. That's today's. And then Neo 2 goes here. Okay, this Escape from Tarkov stream in here should have Ever Tried at the end of it. Yes. It's that or I'm sat saying nothing because I have no idea what to say. That's understandable. How are world situations over in the Europes? Scott Scabbers. See, we were talking about like songs. Like this one's fine. I like this song, but it's probably not a song that I would have initially grabbed for like mix. It's just in the mix. No idea. I barely watch the news. Yeah, right. Big mood. Doesn't help that it's thrown like, the world's still on fire. Cool. Okay, thanks, bye. What I'm assuming is that politicians are fucking up in some way. It's probably reasonable. Pause that for just a second. So, the...
That speaks well.
Okay, we do still have audio. Good. So, sometimes, like, here at the bottom here, we can see that the peak file just didn't want to generate, and it failed to generate really early. And normally what that means is that there was an error somewhere in the file. Modern software is able to, like, push through error files surprisingly well now when you're trying to, like, play a song that has, like, a hiccup in it or something like that. But editing software doesn't always like it. Sometimes the audio disappears. The audio will still be there if you try and like play it in like VLC Media Player, but in Adobe Premiere or other editing software, it'll be grumpy and it won't play it anymore. Thankfully, I haven't had that issue in a while. It does still sometimes fail to generate the peak file, but when it does that, I normally still have audio. I just don't have the convenience of the peak file. And it was like the recommended video that like automatic. And for you. Should be right here. I do believe this is one of the songs that I liked a lot. Hang on, we need to go get Anecdote and Culture Code, Don't Let It Go. Wow, that is Anecdote and Culture Code. There it was. Anecdote, Culture Code, Don't Let It Go. Hold that there for a second. Actually listen to it to make sure it's what I wanted. Alright. Let's go. Let's do this. Greetings. There we go. Greetings. Greetings. Love the faces that you make sometimes when you're not even like thinking about what your face is doing. And Dron, how are you this morning? Are you doing well? What we saw though, it's like, better than some games.
That speaks well or not of what we saw, though. It's like, you know, I use it to pass the time.
Oh yeah. Kind of gotten very little sleep the last 2 weeks. I feel like that's where like so many people are.
Good. I don't know if that speaks well.
Where is it?
Is that on Steam? Okay, it is on Steam. Would be a good. Gotta put on the brakes a bit. I realize it's only a $5 difference, but it's just this matter of anything. If it was shown up at, you know, the
Where is the end? I did get a flu jab this year. Nice.
Good. I don't know if that speaks well or not because of what we saw. Like, you know, I use it to pass the time. But you can make your own playlist in that as well. If you want to check them out here on stream. Because Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday.
Here we go. Found the end. It's much easier for me to find the end when the peak file actually generates because I can tell based on the audio like where the end of the video is because I stopped talking.
And enjoy.
Oh, my nose. Oh, my nose. I thought I had to sneeze and then it didn't. What are you using to edit videos? I use Adobe Premiere. I've been using the Adobe Creative Cloud for a lot of my stuff. If you have a Mac, there's a better, like one that I hear a lot more people like speak more highly of than the Adobe stuff. I can't remember what it is because I've never owned an Apple computer of any kind. But I've always used I wouldn't say I've always used. Since I've started using higher end editing software, I've used the Adobe suite. Primarily the things that I will be using is Photoshop, Premiere Pro, After Effects, Audition, and Media Encoder. There's a few different like products and companies that they have this interconnectivity. Like one of the benefits of having Adobe is that you can import things into Photoshop straight out of After Effects to edit a photo, and then you can put it back into After Effects and move that After Effects into Premiere, and then you can go, oh, I need to fix this bit of audio in Premiere, and then you cut the audio and hit edit in Adobe Audition, and it'll open Adobe Audition, and they all interweave with one another, and they like work with one another really well. And it's really convenient. There's other programs that do it too. I just don't know what their names are. And it's one of the reasons I've stuck with Adobe. Also, like, one of the other like nice things about the Adobe suite is that once, like, a lot of the functionality is the same between them. So like if you know how to do some shortcuts and stuff in Photoshop, there will be similar things that you will learn there will be similar functions that exist within Adobe Premiere and After Effects as well. In terms of generally how to use them, there's a lot of crossover as well. And it used to be that Adobe was just so expensive, right? I mean, I'm sure anyone over the age of like 20 at this point, at one point, was like, I want to learn how to edit photos in Photoshop. And then your mom was like, well, let's look at what Photoshop is. And then they're like, oh, Photoshop's $800, sweetie. No. And you're like, okay, that's a lot of money. Like, maybe that was just me, but it used to be just prohibitively expensive. And now I think they realized that there was a lot of people that wanted to like dabble in editing software, things like Photoshop and Premiere and stuff like that. So Adobe now has payment plans. They're not really payment plans, they're subscription plans. That's what I'm looking for. To where you can like pay like $20 a month and get access to like Photoshop or something like that. And that's what I do now. Before, I went through other methods to get it. It never looked like the grid got any bigger. Greetings and salutations. Yeah, before I definitely did the other methods, as you just mentioned, Run, because it was just too expensive otherwise. Yeah, I'm still not even like that good with Adobe Photoshop and Premiere and Audition. I know just enough to get by is really the way that I would describe it. Like basic level user, enough to do most basic editing that you'd probably want to do in Photoshop. I know just enough to know how little I know, which is really frustrating because every now and again I'll run into a situation where there's something that's a little bit more advanced than what I know how to do, and I would like to do it. And the other like frustration with editing, not edit folder, edit file, with it is that you can describe the type of action that you want to do, but because so often these programs use, like, they'll be like, yeah, I can totally do that. You use this tool. But if you don't know what that tool is called, then it's really hard to look up, like, how to do it. Because, like, I forget what I was trying to look up one day. I wanted to do, like, it ended up being called, like, a feather mask or something like that. And all I wanted to do was essentially create an effect that, like, created a blur on the edge of somebody to, like, bring them out of the background into the foreground or something like that. I forget what I was trying to do. And I was trying to describe, like, what I wanted to do. I was like, I want to blurry background behind person Photoshop. You know, or something like that. And I could, and that like gave you some results, but often they would like, you get results that are like, that's close, but that's not what I'm talking about. Like, that's not it. And it wasn't, and until you know that you needed to look for a feathering mask, in which once I found, like, I had one of my friends who is much more acquainted with Photoshop, I told them what I was trying to do. Like, oh, you want a feathering mask? And I was like, okay. And I looked up feathering mask, and it was like a 3-step guide of like, do this, do this, do this, you're done. And I was like, well, that took 30 seconds. I sure wish I knew it was called a feathering mask, because there's no way I would have known that that's what it's called. I work in IT. I know the struggle. Ugh. You're just like, man, you know, I need a glossary. But the problem is the glossary still wouldn't help, because it would only tell you like what relative things are, and when you're like, I need it to do this, and it's like, yeah, and that could be 18 different things. Yeah, it was worse when they changed the tool between the version I use and the modern. Oh my god, that was right, because it wasn't even called the same thing anymore. Well, this is what it was called when I was using CS6 back in 2008. See, when I have the peak file, much easier to find the start of videos. And the end, for that matter. It's probably here.
Other YouTube videos on the channel, or if I stream one of those live streams, thank you and enjoy.
Yes. Thank you. Greetings and salutations. Right. Q. Did you see that Mirror is doing his Mirror Ross stream in about 4 to 5 hours? Mirror Ross, like Bob Ross? No, I did not. I'm not sure if that's even correct. But no, I did not see it. I've been very distracted the last like few days. We signed up to get our house painted because me and Athena, we bought a house late last year, and one of the things we knew when we bought it was that it needed painted, and we talked to a company earlier, like I would say like mid to late spring, and got a quote and stuff, and they were like, yeah, all right, well, you know, we'll paint your house, put you on the list, blah 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 blah. And we're like, cool. Well, freaking they were like, all right, well, you know, you got to us just a little bit late in our like scheduling cycle, so we're gonna put you on the schedule for late July. And I was like, cool. Well, late July rolled around and they weren't here, and it rolled into August. And so early August, I just closed Premiere, so you're good. Early August, I called them, and they're like, hey, yeah, we're really behind because of weather reasons. We've had a really rainy summer here in Anchorage, Alaska, like really rainy, and so they can't paint when it's cold or rainy or wet or whatever, right? So they're like, we're still wanting to get to your house. We're just really behind. You know, we'll just wait for us to call you. And I was like, okay. Well, then August kept chugging along and rolling along and rolling along, and then eventually it turned into September, and still hadn't heard from them. And then last week, on Saturday last week, they call me. They're like, hey. And I was like, oh, hey, what's going on? So this was, you know, the 11th. They call me on the 11th, and they're like, hey. So, and I was initially expecting them to be like, hey, we got too far backed up. Can we come paint your house in the spring? Would that be something you're okay with? If not, we understand. You know, we can, you know, if you end up finding somebody else next spring or whatever, we understand. But, you know, we've ran out of time. That's what I was expecting. Nope. She said, we would like to still come to your house. We want to come tomorrow. We want to come start the work tomorrow. So last Sunday, a week ago, which we didn't have a stream last week on last Sunday because I was like, shit, you're going to be here in the morning? Fuck. But the only thing they were wanting to do to start anyway was power wash the house. She's like, we're going to power wash your house on Sunday, and then we will come paint it sometime within a week after that, depending on weather. It looks like we'll be there either Thursday or maybe Saturday. Okay. But so when we were having them paint our house, though, one of the other things that we were having them do was we were also having them not redo our deck, but paint our deck as well. Our deck needs painted. It's really old, worn out and stuff. Well, I wouldn't say it's really old. It's just worn, and it hadn't been properly being taken care of. And so the deck needed painted, and the owners before us, they definitely had like some small dogs that were like really, really high on anxiety levels. Like these poor animals must have just been stressed all the fucking time, right? Just really stressed dogs. And so and they were dogs that would like scratch, and very obviously would also do things like chew. And one of the things that they had clearly chewed on and scratched all over was the deck. And so a lot of the railing on the deck and stuff was chewed and scratched, and there was chunks of it missing and stuff like that. And I was like, well, before you come paint, I really would like to replace some parts on the deck so that when you paint it, you're painting not chewed up, scratched up pieces, right? I am just kind of inventing the shape of my head right now. It's great. Which she was like, yeah, that's fine. That's not a big deal. You know, we'll try and give you a heads up. We'll try and give you a heads up so that you can, you know, make any construction stuff, arrangements or whatever you need. Because I didn't want to do it too early, because she was like, well, I need you to use raw wood when you do the deck, because we're going to use a water-based paint. And if it is a water treated, if it's a pressure treated, I forget what the name of the type of wood is. If it's a treated wood, it will likely not allow the paint to hold on to it very well, because it will be like water resistant essentially, and we don't want that. So if you can please try to, you know, use raw wood that doesn't have anything on it, and that way it'll accept the paint. Okay. But that also meant that I couldn't do it until they told me when they were going to be coming to paint the deck. And that's when they were like, well, we'll be there tomorrow. So last Sunday, I had to wake up and just immediately start working on the deck. I woke up at like 8 a.m. I woke up even earlier than I do for this stream. And from there, I got up, got dressed, went and got my mom's truck, loaded my mom's truck up with wood, nails, screws, tools, etc., and then came back to the house and started taking my deck apart and taking the railing apart and started replacing wood. And then, of course, didn't have enough material, so I had to go get more. Like, I was working nonstop from like 8 to 5 last week. And on Sunday, I was like, it's supposed to be a day that I don't work. I don't normally do manual labor anyway. And one Musketeer, one Musketeer, 3 Flying Rogues, any which could be yours for 420 channel points. And so they showed up in the middle of that, and they started power washing the house, like, while I'm working on the deck and stuff. And then I ran out of steam, and the person that was helping me, like, tweaked their back a bit, and so they'd quit, like, an hour and a half, 2 hours before I finally stopped. And then I needed help still, because I needed somebody to hold the ladder. That's why you did the Tales of Arise streaming in the afternoon rather than this in the morning. Partially. The other reason is because I just wanted to fucking play Tales of Arise. Like, I still might just do some random streams of that. It really just depends on what Athena wants to do. And so I needed somebody to hold the ladder because the remaining work I needed to get up onto a pretty long ladder to finish it. But initially Athena was going to help me, but she couldn't help me until after work, which is fine and understandable, right? But by the time we got off work, went and got the kid and got home, it would be like 6:30 p.m. and we would be tired and it would be starting to get cold. So finally my mom came over on Wednesday and I got the rest of it done on Wednesday. Was it Wednesday? Yeah, on Wednesday. And then they didn't show up on Thursday, but they did show up on Friday. Like, she messaged me Thursday night at like 10 p.m. It was like, hey, I'm really sorry for the late text, but we didn't think that they were going to finish the house that they were working on. They just told me that they got done. Can we come start painting your house tomorrow morning? Okay. Sure. Why not? And so they came and started painting the house Friday morning, but there was things that they needed. Like, they needed me to do a couple of things, like take this down, take that down. I ended up needing to pull some of the gutters off the house and stuff like that, because they're like, we can paint the gutters. It's like, nah, I didn't think about this ahead of time. I'm gonna take the gutters off so that you paint the house, because I would rather the house be painted than you paint the fucking gutters, and then I pull the gutters down and there's not paint behind them, right? We'll go up this way. And so they were here all day Friday painting, and then they were here all day yesterday painting. And they did get done pretty late yesterday. They did get done pretty late yesterday. So the house is painted. I can shows you. What would be the best place for me to grab the pictures from? Why you do this? Alright, fine. We'll do it this way. Where did that download to? How do I go to the next picture? It won't let me, like, change. Oh, there we go. Other way, I guess. There we go. Like, inside our house, we had painting done, and they skipped areas, like, behind the toilets. Really? Oh, my God, that's awful. How much of a hassle was it to take off the gutters? I need to go adjust mine because one section isn't sloped enough to drain well. I can tell you that it does just kind of depend on your gutters. Entirely. It just kind of depends on your gutters. Mine, I thought they would snap off their little hooks. They kind of didn't, so I just had to unscrew them at their hooks. It still wasn't very difficult, though. It still wasn't very difficult. So the front of the house before was like a really old weathered wood look, and we decided to just make it the same color as the rest of the house. And then the rest of the house, the trim and everything was red, like, but not like a bright red, like a burnt red or a burnt red orange. And then the house was a like deep green, like a deep forest green that was also super chipped and faded all over the place, which is why we were like, man, it needs painted so bad. We had originally wanted the deck to be, the railing to be more white, but they advised us against it, especially because the white going over the dark green would just not have worked very well. Just realized they painted the meter. All right. Oh. I mean, whatever, I guess. Can't exactly go back now. Do find that interesting, though. But thankfully, we did get that all taken care of. There's still more work that we need to do on the house, but that was one of the few big ones. We have one other big one that needs done. I think I could actually probably show you what needs done. Yeah, this walkway right here. So this is the walkway that leads up to the front door. You can see how like uneven it is, and how the like moisture barrier has like come off of the like basement wall / foundation. Like, this needs pulled up and redone, and this needs ripped off, and something needs done with this wall here. We could either put up a new piece of moisture cloth, or we could do something that treats the cement so that it is taken care of. But paint and the walkway were the two biggest things. We have some other stuff, like this gate obviously is kind of ugly, and we want to replace that. The back fence we'd want to redo at some point. What was I doing? There we go. Yeah, so it's been a crazy week. It's been a crazy month, actually. This whole month has been nuts. In a good way, for the most part. I got my mom back, so that's cool. But my birthday happened. Athena, my wifey's birthday happened. House painted. Oh. Ow. I think this is the one that I want, but let me look at number 4. Yeah, that one.
This is not forever. Folks changing like the weather. Cold wind and all around. Toxic people being severed. Like leaves falling in September. Cold wind and on the ground. You can cut me down, but I won't stay for long. I'll grow back again. Oh yeah, my roots are strong.
What was the game with the tactical looking map and pixel art? I don't recall seeing that one before. So we came across it completely by happenstance. We were doing a reaction, and at the end of the reaction, like the recommended video was that game. It's called Evertried. It looks super indie. Like, it's what indie used to be, rather than indies being, you know, multi-million-dollar fucking Kickstarters that are technically published by Square Enix. It looks like indie. It doesn't look bad, but it definitely is like big indie. Or small indie? But the name was Evertried. This one looks kind of dumb over here. I don't care for having these either. This is still gonna look weird because I'm not gonna have ears. Like, I'm gonna take these earmuffs off, but it's still gonna look funky because I'm just not gonna have ears. See, like, I just don't have ears. I'm noticing it because, like, I'm looking at it, but when the thumbnail's this fucking big, you know? Because you never see a thumbnail on YouTube this big, right? It's always this big. Yeah, good indie. I appreciate that the free demo. There's a lot more rare these days. Yeah, why would I give you a demo when I could just get you to buy the game? Because maybe I don't know yet if I want to buy your game or not. You know? Can I get this? I could create it myself. Wait, no, come back. Oh, wait, I need to place a unit in the battle for Athena. Dark, you want some squats and some push-ups? All right, we can do that. Give me a second, though. Get the blood flowing. Oh, it's flowing. Don't you worry. That blood, it's flowing. Hey, look, word's gone. Blur that up a little bit. Hey, look, word's gone. It's not the cleanest, but it's fine. Especially because we are going to do this. You cheated. Copyright infringement. How'd I cheat? Let's actually see what. See what color. Complementary color is this, huh? You used a digital tool to assist you. Last I heard, that is cheating. Yeah, big mood. Big cheats, man. Like in tool-assisted speedruns? Yeah, that was it. That's the problem. You didn't use the original controller, therefore your run doesn't count. cheater. You didn't play it the way that everyone said that you're supposed to play it. You're a monster. How could you do something like that? Oh my god. Oh. It's humming. All right. Those are done and ready to go. What next? Looks good though. Thank you. Wait, this is the wrong fuck. It's not done. It's wrong. It's the wrong face. Yeah, Eve, that's what's next. I need to actually finish this thumbnail, though. I realized I didn't do something. There we go. I gave it a compliment and everything. I appreciate it. I hope it still looks good, Scott Scabbers. Does it still look good? I liked it too, which is why I was like, oh yeah, yeah. It looks divine. Perfect. Okay. We're gonna go this one. This is the category we're gonna do. Assets. Those are really big photos. Goddamn. Tone it down a bit. Tone it down a bit. Bring it back now, y'all. Also, why is this photo blurry? Because it's not actually that big. Or is it? That one's not blurry. I don't know if they were having trouble rendering or if it was like a site thing or what it was, but... I could do blimp sized if you want. No, I don't need a blimp. No! Does this image come in a bigger size? A bigger size that isn't made of pixels. Aha! I like that one better. I've actually never seen this art at all. Fuck you, Google. Okay, while this battle runs, I'm going to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. One thing that annoys you about the current event for Stream Raiders is the unlocking skin thing. Oh, you mean the team skins? 3 rogues that can be yours for 420 channel points. Most kills go into Scott Scabber. Second most to Drun and how would we go with this? Sweetithe? Sweetie the Zero? Anyway. Going random. Drun with the rogues. Back to the map. Yeah, like most things in Stream Raiders, things could have been done better. Rogues, archers, orc slayers. Yeah, whatever on those. Boop. Okay. I owe Dark some workouts. Hang on.
Don't let me drown. Don't let me drown. Don't let me drown. Until you find your way back home.
Fitness. I'm gonna take a nap now, y'all. Basically, the teams with the big captains have all their skins done first, and the others have to trail. Well, and like, that was one of the things that I also found interesting is that they apparently just randomly assigned everyone's teams, which on one hand makes sense, but then you had like people like Hooks and Ovi that have almost non-stop 24-hour long massive battles. They're on the same team. Like, they're both on green team. It's like, how are you going to have that? Hooks, Ovi, and Zoe, the 3 biggest captains, more or less. Yeah, like I said. How are you going to have that? Barely makes sense at all. Of course, if I remember right, hang on. No, not me. Go away. That wasn't a GIF. Apparently the top 5 captains in the green team account for roughly half their total points. I believe it. I'd have been surprised if that wasn't the case. These two need to switch sides. Isn't the last person in green, in the green tip, also the number 4 person on almost any other team in terms of points? No idea. I've not looked that closely. Only for blue team, but they're not far behind 4th in every other team. Play around with these colors some more. Do I want complementary or contrasting colors? Gonna make yourself something to eat? I should actually probably go get a snack real soon too. But do it. Get yourself that little snaggy snack. Why not top left and bottom right complementary and top right and bottom left opposing? Top left, bottom right complementary, top right, bottom left opposing. Can I have my colors back? Thank you. Give me this red, and then make it blue. No, that can't. This one can't be blue, because this one's a light blue. So they kind of blend together too much. See here. this. We make them all complementary colors. No. We make all of the inner blooms complement one another and say, fuck the actual inner picture. Well, here's something. I really like the black border on the Obra Dinn poster, and I kind of really like this white border on the missing poster. But then we have color on the left and like monochrome on the right. But the other problem with that is that like if we switch these, the problem then becomes the same, right? Because now, like, the poster color of the Obra Dinn poster and Valiant Hearts, they're very similar in terms of, like, the actual core palette. These next to each other instead of on top of each other. Did that help? I feel like that helped. And all we actually did was switch these two. My nose. Yeah, I feel like that helped. I feel like I like that better. Okay. Welcome back, Scout Scabbers. that works. Missing Overdin, Hearts, Little Nightmares. When was the Owl Voice stream? Oh, I do know that I want this song. Ash O'Connor vibe. No. Oh, because I copied the name, not the URL. Shit, what was the name of the song? God damn it. I grabbed the other one. I already forgot the name of this one. Ash O'Connor vibe. Out of curiosity, what's the benefit to you on someone watching a Twitch VOD versus a YouTube VOD? Does watching the Twitch VODs count in some way towards Twitch viewership? Since I've been watching your Friday night streams the next day, I got a bit curious. So, in reality, neither one makes a difference. Not for anything that I do or anything that I am, like, trying to build or achieve. Twitch doesn't really give a shit if people watch VODs at all. And the YouTube VODs are on a separate channel from my main channel, because otherwise the main channel would be really clogged up with VODs, right? And neither Twitch nor YouTube is big enough to where I actually bring in any, like, relevant revenue through either of those sources. The reason that we have a YouTube VODs channel is because the Twitch doesn't keep VODs forever, no matter how big you are. Like, even the biggest streamers on the platform, their VODs are only saved for so long. At base, without changing anything, at base your VODs are saved for 2 weeks. If you have Twitch Prime, or whatever the fuck it's called, Twitch Turbo or whatever, they're saved for 60 days. And I think if you're a partner, then they're saved for like 90 days, or maybe it's 180 days. But no matter what, Twitch will not save your VODs forever. YouTube will save whatever you upload basically forever. And so we try to get VODs loaded onto the YouTube so that if anyone ever feels like going back and watching them, even after they've already left the Twitch channel, that they will be available to watch. Because I know that there's not a ton of people that watch VODs, but I want it to be accessible for those that do, especially because we do like full playthroughs of games and stuff like that. Like we don't necessarily do like let's plays in terms of like what you saw all over the place 8 years ago on YouTube, 10 years ago now on YouTube. But they are effectively in that same vein. And sometimes people do just want to sit down and watch someone play all the way through, you know, Neo or whatever. And it gives them that option to do so. And it's also kind of like an archive and a memorialization of the work that we've done and the streams that we've done and created. So we do load everything onto YouTube for that purpose, so that if somebody does want to watch it, then they can. It's also why my setup is the way that it is, because, for instance, like, a lot of people will upload their VODs and they'll be answering Twitch chat, right? They'll be talking to chat, and chat's not on the fucking screen. Like, it's no... So you'll just hear them respond to a question. And you'll have no idea what the question is if they didn't read it out, right? If it wasn't on the screen somewhere, whether it's above me right here or over here on this screen or something like that, you have no context. And it's also another reason why I have my overlay this way is because nothing is on the game screen. Because no matter what game it is, if you have anything overlaid on top of the video game or the whatever you're watching, even if you try and plan of like, okay, here's a pretty dead zone, there's gonna be something that ends up in that dead zone. Because game designers, they use the whole screen for the most part. And so no matter what, you're gonna be covering up relevant information. Even if it's like how much ammo someone has left. Like people will be like, that little trivial information doesn't matter, right? So they'll just put their camera over it. It's like, I'm curious how much ammo you have left, damn it. So it's like, so all of this is for that purpose of making a stream that I would want to watch. So like I don't have anything covering the game and I have chat recorded on the screen, especially because like for me personally, sometimes I will close Twitch chat, like I'll move it off the screen so that I can make the screen bigger. Like even when I'm watching someone live, like I'll click the little arrow, it's probably up in your like up and towards the top of chat, butted up against the window. I'll sometimes close Twitch chat because I want the game screen to be bigger, because I want to be able to see the actual stream. But now chat is gone, and then they'll say something that's in response to Twitch chat. Collapse, that's the word I'm looking for. And then they'll respond to something in Twitch chat. But here's the shitty thing. I'll open Twitch chat back up, like, what are they responding to? And chat's not loaded, because when you collapse it, it stops running Twitch chat for you entirely. So you'll load it back up, and it would be like, welcome to chat. And you're like, I don't know what they said. I really wish I knew what they were answering, but I don't know what the question is, because they didn't read the question out. And Twitch chat's not loaded, and there's no way for me to know what they were talking about. Unless I want to, like, go to the VOD later and see that. So that's why all this is the way it is. But in terms of the original question, it does not matter where you watch it. It doesn't necessarily help us either way. Okay, and while this battle is running, I am going to refill my coffee and grab a little snacky snack. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm gonna open this. If you want some gold, 420 channel points. You have until I get back from the bathroom. I want this song too. I remember this one. JPB Defeat the Night. Okay. Scott Scabbers wants 15 gold. Boop. I see Keldris is here. Drun with the 10 gold. Back to the map. Starts the battle. Place units, everybody. I need to look at the calendar, figure out when I'm actually doing this stream. What are you talking about? You're doing the stream right now. I mean the full gameplay stream. You heard what I said. Do I want to do 1 week out or 2 weeks out? Like, do we want to do the 26th or the 3rd? I mean, the sooner you do it, the sooner you can do the next one. I mean, you're right. Like, I know you put Kappa on there, but no, you're absolutely right. If I announce it in an hour, rather than Kappa for sarcasm, it was Kappa for smugness. Fair. Just want time for people to be able to see the posts and vote and stuff, you know? I want the smug face from the Hat Through Time dude's face. Oh. Okay. You know, I feel like damn near every single face that is used for what Kappa is used for is a better face than Kappa is. But yeah, and that's why I was saying was trying to decide, because like if I schedule it for next Sunday, I normally announce the winner on Friday, which means on Friday on Power Couple, which means that's 5 days that the vote would be open compared to 12. I think I better do it for I think I better do it for 2 weeks out. Just because that gives it 1 weekend, because some people will only check things over the weekend because they're busy during the week with like work and school and who knows what else. I would like to do it sooner, like myself personally, but I think the correct like administrative call is to do it 2 weeks out. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and put this into the Discord right now. And then I'll schedule the post on Twitter for it to go live at noon my time. There we go. Let's get the Twitter post scheduled. I'm not sure what is the best one of these to use on Twitter. Not this one. So it's a question of the square or the poster. Probably the poster. Like that whole thing. So I don't know if how often anyone else uses Twitter, right? But there was this huge thing about like Twitter no longer cropping pictures, right? Like, and you can see it kind of trying on this one. It's definitely still cropped it, right? 2021 media thread, and that one got cropped off the top. But like these portrait images were supposed to no longer be cropped, kind of like this one. Like this one is better. And on my phone. Isn't poster best due to Twitter cropping? Well, and that's the thing that I was going to touch on, is that it was supposed to be that posters don't get cropped anymore on Twitter. There was this huge hashtag about like no more Twitter crop or whatever because they had fixed it or whatever, so that vertical images like this would appear basically kind of like this, although I think this one is, yeah, this one's being slightly cropped even still, on Twitter. And my phone, my Twitter app on my phone still crops fucking everything. Like, even so, they're like, oh, you know, it's being rolled out. And they're like, all right, the update rolled out to Android. No, it fucking didn't. Not on my phone. I don't know if I got the wrong goddamn Twitter app, but it still fucking crops everything. I'm not salty. No, you're Swan. Salty as Adam. See, you're right. You got it. I need to use the restroom. I will be right back. Okay. All these messages I have. Okay. Doesn't pay your extended car warranty. Damn it, you're right. I need to get on that. Why? All right, that's scheduled. Where are we at? We have 11 minutes left before the next battle. Here's something I can. So here's what we're gonna do with the rest of the stream. It's 11:12 right now. Normally try and stop this stream at noon. I'm going to work on just getting some VODs queued up into the media encoder so that I can start processing them so that they can get uploaded. And I'm going to do that for the next 10 minutes. We're going to run the battle, and then I'm going to try and at least record the base raw part of the crafting guide for Tarkov, which I honestly expect to take like that 30-minute time period. And then we'll probably wrap it up there. Tails, no, I depending on how I feel later today and if I start to feel bored playing, like, there's lots of people in the Tarkov chat right now, and I definitely, I enjoyed playing some Tarkov last night. I kind of want to play some more, but depending on how I'm feeling later today, I might do an extra stream later to play some more Tails. I also need to talk to Athena to see if she wants me to hold off on Tails, because we had discussed 4 different games for Power Couple. One of which was Tails, another one was Scarlet Nexus, another one was... Fuck, what was the other one? Hang on, I gotta go look now. Because now I'm just big curious, right? "13 Sentinels," that was the other one. You finished Insomnia Files? No, we did not. But so we discussed it. We discussed between 4 games: Tales of Arise, Scarlet Nexus, 13 Sentinels, and I, the Somnium Files. We ended up deciding on I, the Somnium Files, but after she saw Tales of Arise, she's like, damn, I kind of wish we would have fucking done Tales of Arise. And I was like, well, I can just not play it, and we can wait and do it on Power Couple. She's like, no, you wanted to play it. I'm like, well, I would like to play with you too if that's what you want to do. But so I need to follow up with her and double check with her and see what she actually wants to do on that front. I don't mind waiting to play Tales of Arise if she wants us to play it on Power Couple. But I need to double check that. I do want to play 13 Sentinels as well. I got lots of games I want to play. Okay. Let's get this. Did I move these? I think I did. Actually, instead of working on those, let's work on the thumbnail for this. I don't have a whole lot of time, but you're holding off on Tarkov since you're streaming at the moment. I mean, if you wanted to go play Tarkov, friend, I would understand. But I also appreciate you hanging out and chatting with me. Appreciate it a lot. Where would I find that? Here? Gives me an excuse to play other games as well, right? I gotta start telling myself that more. That I can just play other things if I want to. What? Oh, that's a fucking... created a fucking Premiere file. This might be a dangerous search. It's a great piece of artwork. I love that. No, I didn't want to save it. I wanted to copy it. How dare you? Like the first image? Nah. This is actually straight from the game. Like this is exact like that. That's not edited. Nothing. That's straight out of the game. No, it's fine. You didn't use X instead. There, yeah, there we go. That's an awesome picture too. People big talent. People got big talent. It's actually a really fucking awesome picture. I love that. The related pictures, there's a few really good ones. Oh, that's a dangerous website. That's hosted on Dambudu. That's a dangerous site. I'm glad it doesn't show extra pictures when we clicked on that one. my god, this is also awesome. Adorbs. Athena, so how did you say you were banned from Twitch? Right. Well, I was looking up. I was trying to make a thumbnail for our power couple VODs of Yakuza, and then, well, I was trying to find, like, so you know how I like to replace characters' faces with our faces, because I just think it's fun and cute, right? Like this, where I made like 2B be on look like Athena, and I made me look like 9S. So I was trying to do that with Ichiban and Psycho, but when I searched Ichiban and Psycho, all I found was prawn. Why is the selection of games fucking hard to pick from? Big Angry. What do you mean, Dimnan? What do you mean? Because we literally spent one of these streams, we spent like 3 entire fucking hours going through basically every potential game that I had not played yet that would fit within the context of the full playthrough streams, and built a list based on category. So if it just means we did a good job at actually like narrowing it down. So I will happily play any one of the 4, right? I will happily play any one of those. If you do want to know which one I personally am most interested in, it is the Missing. Like, but I will happily play any of those. Can you play cocaine? Why not? I didn't know what else to call this category. Because all of those games, that's what they kind of are, is those really fast, like, dodgy, fighty games. Kind of like Dead Cells. You know, all the main characters are high on cocaine. Oh, let's go. Yeah, I don't know if that helps or not. Ugh. I've seen playthroughs of the 2, 3, and 4. I like all of them. Alright, we have 1 healer and 1 barbarian, any of which can be yours for 420 channel points. Most kills going to Scott Scabbers with 16. Second place going to Big Bad Jeff with 8. Third to myself with 7. Most assists going to Joel22 with 12. Second most assists to Miro Dio Girl. That's what I'm going with 6. And third going to Scott Scabbers with 3. Going random in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boop. Athena with the healers. Big Bad Jeff with the barbarians. Back to the map. Yeah, that works. Ugh. I despise this map. I despise this map. I feel like this map is so badly designed. So badly designed. Okay. Time to stand up.
Summer days burn me out, love just breaks me down. Go inside like winter leaves that slowly leave the ground. Hey, you come back, I wanna give you a chance. Love me like you used to, so we can learn again. The skin is getting brown, baby, drink your night away. Maybe we will not regret it, you will not regret it, me. Laying down under the sun, burning love cause we are young. No one tells us what's done wrong, cause it's just me and you. It's just me and you.
Okay, so I'm going to be recording this crafting guide for Escape from Tarkov. I will be taking pause breaks because it's fucking massive. So I will still be reading and responding to chat. Because I'm going to be recording this in chunks that I'm going to edit together because it's too big to just try and do in one take. It is too big to try to do in one take. All right. That's what she said? Exactly. Okay. To wet my whistle. Make sure this is set up the way that I need it. It is. Recorder Roonies. That one. Greetings and salutations. My name is Michael Schwan and welcome to the channel. I have another guide for you for Escape from Tarkov today, and today we are going to be focusing on the crafting skill. Now, this is something that I will say that if you want to pay attention to it, you can. There are benefits to be found if you do put time and focus on it, but it's definitely not something that you need to excel, make money, or progress in Escape from Tarkov. It can help with all of those things, but it's not needed in any form or fashion. But let's go ahead and talk about what it does, okay? So crafting, anything that you craft in your hideout, it gives you crafting experience. What does getting your crafting skill up do? The two main things that it does is that it'll give you a shorter crafting time, so your crafts will happen faster, as well as a shorter production time for your cyclic productions, which there's really only one of those right now, which is your water collector. It'll make those produce faster, so you'll be able to get like purified waters faster. It doesn't affect the Bitcoin farm right now, and we don't have any other hideout modules that it actually affects. So that shorter crafting time is the main benefit that you'll start to see as you start to level it up. Now, each of the skills in Escape from Tarkov does have an elite bonus. When you get them to level 51, you get something extra. So what do you get when you get 4,550 XP points in crafting to make it elite? The elite bonus is that you are now able to produce 2 items in the same module. So currently where you're at, unless you already have elite crafting, is you'll be able to craft one thing. You got to wait for that to be done. Then you can craft the next thing. If you get to elite crafting, you will be able to craft 2 different items at the same time in each of your module. A good example of this is in the Workbench. One of the things that people make the most, even if they're not focusing on crafting skill, is in the Workbench, they'll be making bullets. And so you'll want those high-end meta armor-piercing, high-damage ammunition, and so you'll be crafting ammunition in your hideout at your Workbench, and you'll be like, okay, well, I want to, run a 9mm vector, so I'll craft some AP 6.3 or PBP, or I want to run some more AK, so I'll craft some 7.62 BP. You can now craft both of those at the same time. Or if you're someone who wants to try to save money or increase profit to where you like craft the gunpowders and then craft the ammunition, you could be doing 2 gunpowders at the same time as long as it's 2 different gunpowders, or you could be doing like crafting a gunpowder and some bullets and then resetting the gunpowder while the bullets are still cranking their way out. So that's the big benefit. Now, by the time you get there, you're probably pretty far along in your Escape from Tarkov journey, but it does just mean that you have that much more accessible to you, and it also means that you'll be crafting things as fast as possible at that point, since you will have capped out the benefit of that reduction in crafting time. I've not actually done many videos where I do cuts in it. Because I normally try and do things in one take, but this video is just too big. Okay, so how do we gain crafting XP? So there is a few different ways, but really it's just by crafting, but what you get is different based on what you're doing. So to break it down, you get 1 point of crafting XP per hour that you are crafting. So if you're crafting something like a grenade case, and the grenade case is going to take 18 hours to craft, across that time you will get 18 points of crafting XP. This is cumulative, so if you have, we'll say, all 4 crafting modules crafting for 4 hours, you will get 1 point per hour that each of them were crafting. So you're going to get 16 points of crafting across those 4 hours, 16 points of crafting XP. You also get 1 point of crafting XP each time you finish a craft. So at the end of that 18-hour grenade case, you'll hit 18 points across those 18 hours, and then 1 point when you actually finish and collect the item. Now, a couple things on that, though. Crafting the same thing means that you will get no crafting XP, and I mean 0, none. It's not reduced. You get nothing if you are just spam crafting the same exact thing, which means that if you just really need a whole bunch of green gunpowder, if you want to do that, you can, but you won't be getting crafting XP for it, and it also doesn't even give you the crafting XP for the time spent crafting. It's just 0 gain if you're crafting the same item after itself. A couple other things is that when you are going after crafting XP, your power should always be on. You need to be spam running your generator. So, because when you are doing this, you can craft things without the generator on, but it takes significantly longer, and that doesn't give you more crafting XP. The crafting XP that you gain is based off the base time of the craft. So if you start a grenade case and then turn the power off, it's like, it's going to take a week. You don't get a week's worth of crafting XP. They've factored that in. So you want to keep the power on for actually achieving efficiency on your crafts, to actually gain your crafting skill points, and it also will help level up your hideout management skill. So it's just good to keep your power on as long as you've managed to have the type of income or revenue or know how to make enough money in Tarkov that you can afford the fuel to keep your generator running. One other bonus note about crafting is that as you get higher level in crafting XP, this is one of the only skills that levels up faster. Because of that whole idea of you gain a crafting XP skill point every time you finish a craft, but as you get higher level, crafts take less amount of time, which means that as you get higher level, you are able to get more experience faster because your crafts are completing quicker. It's wrong, but also not. I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about it, but that's the way that it works. This feels weird. I'm sorry, Dimden. You get to see behind everything when it's all the dirty gross, when it's all being created from the original base materials. Okay, so there's multiple different approaches to crafting XP. The first of which I'm going to just call the burn it out method, which money be damned, I want my XP as fast as possible. What this means is that you're going to be burning through money, probably not making a profit, taking losses, but you will be generating crafting XP faster than any other method. This is strictly for just if you want the crafting level maxed out as soon as you can. I'll get points eventually. Where's my profit? I will be talking about what crafts you can actually make money on. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be best for crafting XP, but some people, they want to use their hideout to supplement their gameplay, whether it's through crafting their own ammunition or making money so they can build the guns that they want or buy some armor. And then we're going to talk about the somewhere in between. This is what, like, the efficiency for both directions. This is currently where I sit, where, like, I don't want to lose a shitload of money. I would like to make money, but I still want to be trying to maximize the amount of crafting XP. I think this is the healthiest option because it does mean you'll continue to see actual amounts of growth in your crafting skill while still finding balance within, like, what you're getting and if you are interested in making money out of your hideout. Now, when we're going through this, I am going to be basing everything off of you being at least level 20. In the current wipe, when I'm recording this, you have to be level 20 to access the flea market, and having access to the flea market is really necessary for being able to quickly and efficiently do crafting. That way you don't have to run into raids and go looking for a pair of pliers just so you can craft something. It's fun to do that, and I do enjoy that about the early wipe experience, but when we're talking about a guide to leveling up crafting, that's not what we want to be doing. So, and also when you hit level 20, you can get level 2 on all of your modules. And the vast majority of crafts we'll be talking about will be accessible at level 2 or lower modules, and that includes the Workbench. There will be a couple of decent crafts that I will point out that require level 3 modules, but some of those require you to be level 30 or have high reputation with some of the traders, and I understand that can be a barrier to some people. But so I'm going to try and keep everything at level 2 modules, which you can achieve at level 20. Stress levels rising? Why? Some people, he means me. No, I mostly mean anyone that didn't buy EOD edition and has Jaeger locked at level 2 because he's an asshole. Okay, so first, we're going to talk about the lavatory, and the lavatory is really just going to be your all-star for crafting. It has good crafts for every situation, whether you just want fast XP, whether you want money, whether you want efficiency. The lavatory is the best module for getting your crafting XP. Now, we're going to first talk about the boon that is the lavatory if you want crafting XP, because it has one craft when you want XP that is just better than all the rest. There is no arguments. There is nothing that comes close to this, and that is the gas mask air filter craft. So it requires the white gas mask that you can really often find on scavs. It's a base 2-minute craft. Base 2 minutes. Which means that you are getting a crafting experience in 2 minutes. Because remember, we get that 1 XP for completing a craft. Now, the gas mask on the flea market normally runs somewhere between 20 to 40K. And the air filters that you get from it are normally half the price of the masks. So this is a loss. You're going to be taking around a 50 to even a 75% loss on the purchase of the item to create what you are making. This is one of those, like, money be damned crafts, right? You don't lose a shitload of money, but man, is it just such a great craft because it's basically just an instant extra XP point. It's also good for grinding the skill, and the filters, they can be used in another good craft that we're going to be talking about later here in the lavatory, so it's not useless. And it's really good for grinding the skill because it can be used as your reset. We talked about how if you spam the same item, the same craft, you don't get experience anymore. But the lavatory has this craft, this 2-minute craft. So if you go to your lavatory first, collect your item. We'll say you're making, pilgrim backpacks or whatever, and you collect your backpack, you do this craft, and then go through the rest of your hideout. This will be done by the time you're done, like, collecting your lavatory and booze generator or whatever. And then since you've done a different craft, you can go craft whatever you just got done crafting. So if you crafted a pilgrim, craft an air mask, now you can craft a pilgrim again because it's a new craft. It's unique. You broke it up. So it's really good if you want to spam craft at the lavatory. This can help break those up, give you that extra crafting XP while still allowing you to effectively spam craft whatever it is. So the next thing we'll talk about is, I'm going to call them active grinders. These are really good crafts to run while you are actively playing the game, because their average crafting time is around the time that it's going to take you for a single raid, and all of them normally either are break even in terms of how much it cost versus how much you make from the final product, or a lot of them will even profit. So most of these, and obviously we're excluding raids that you run in and die. Thanks, Tarkov. So first we'll be starting with the Aramid cloth craft. This takes 1 pack of armor and generates 2 Aramid cloths and has a base craft time of 33 minutes. Packas are really easy to come by. You can find them on scavs a lot. If you are somebody who runs your own scav often, you often might spawn with one on already. They're often pretty cheap on the flea market, and even if they're not, you can find them destroyed on fence, which generally they'll be like 14k, or even if you need to buy a new one from Ragman. A new one from Ragman level 1 is like 28k or something like that. And generally the Aramids themselves will sell for anywhere between 13 to 17k, which means that you're either profiting or breaking relatively close to even on the craft depending on where you got the Packa from. And they will hold that price because they're involved with the slick armor plate barter trade from Ragman level 4. It's not the best craft, right? But it is another craft. It takes 33 minutes, which is a good break in terms of times of like getting in a raid, getting out of a raid, unloading your loot and stuff like that. That's a good amount of time so that you could easily just keep rolling this craft. The next one is the Cordura cloth craft. This takes 4 sling backpacks and generates 1 Cordura and has a crafting time of 48 minutes. This is a craft that you can do super early and is super easy to do. It does profit no matter what. And it's just such an easy, consistent one to do because you can purchase these sling backpacks from Ragman level 1. You can start this craft at the beginning of the game, okay? The sling bags from Ragman cost like 2,500 rubles, so you're going to be spending 10k on a Cordura that will sell for anywhere from 12 to 20k depending on the moment on the flea market. So you will be making money off of the craft. And there is another Cordura craft, which is the security craft vest. It takes like 3 security vests, I think, and makes 1 Cordura. Never do that one. Just do this one. The security vests can only be found on scavs, and they're way too expensive on the flea market. And Corduras always hold their value because they're involved with 2 extremely good barter trades. Both are at Ragman level 4. One is the Blackjack Backpack, which is the second biggest backpack in the game. It requires 2 Cordura and 5 bleach, and we will be talking about bleach later because we'll be crafting that as well. It's also involved with what I consider to be the best barter craft in the game, which Ragman level 4 allows you to trade for the AACPC, or the Arms Arma CPC plate carrier, which requires 3 Corduras, 1 whiskey, and 3 Ripstop, and we'll be talking about Ripstop as well. And so you always have something that these Cordura can be used for, whether you just want them for money or you want to save them for the barter crafts for a decent backpack and a really good armor later on as well. But that Ripstop Cloth, we just got done talking about it, and we just got done mentioning it. Now let's talk about it. So the Ripstop Cloth, it has a craft in the lavatory that requires 3 scav vests and creates 2 Ripstop Cloths and has a crafting time of 37 minutes. Now, scav vests, normally you're like, do I go find them off of scavs? No. We're going to be barter trading these scav vests from Jaeger level 1. He will give you a scav vest for a single Slickers bar, which is a really good trade. If you wanted to buy the Slickers off the flea market, generally they're somewhere between 5 to 10k a piece instead of the scav vests, which generally run 20 to 25k because people need them for quests. And we can also craft 7 Slicker bars at a time at our nutrition unit, which we will want to do so specifically for this purpose, but we'll talk about that later when we actually get to the nutrition unit. A couple other good crafts. This one's kind of just like if you feel like it, if you want something different, which there's the craft for the fleece, right? The Fleece Craft requires 4 beanies. You can buy the beanies, the green ones. They're called like UX Pros. You can buy them from Ragman level 1. They cost like 3,000 each, and it'll give you 1 fleece. Now, this normally might break even, normally is a loss, but there is a reason you might want to do that. It's because the fleece cloth is used in the next craft that I'm going to talk about, which is the Aseptic Bandages craft, which you can turn 1 piece of cloth into 6 bandages, and it takes 32 minutes to do so. Now, these white bandages that you find all the time, you can buy them from therapists for cheap as all get out, and they're on every single scav in the game. They're super cheap. You'll get them from scavs. You can find these no matter what, right? But this craft still works for the purposes of what we're doing here. If we want it to have an active craft that we're doing that we can reset between raids to gain some crafting XP, and these white bandages do still serve a purpose beyond just being a one-time use, stop a light bleed in the game, right? They're actually going to be used in some med station crafts that we'll talk about later in the guide, which is why we're including it here, because sometimes I'll be like, I don't know, I'm gonna craft some fleece and craft some bandages because I need those to make my pile of meds later, and that's why I'm including it here. It's a very cheap, very efficient option that continues to build and run the entire machine that is your hideout. Now, the next one we're going to be talking about is shampoo and bleach. But let's start with shampoo. It requires 1 bar of soap and 1 bottle of water and gives you 2 shampoo with a crafting time at base of 35 minutes. This is always a profit. Always, because shampoo has 2 incredible barters, okay? One is from therapist level 3, which is the ETG regenerative stim. That's the green stim that you've probably seen your favorite streamer use all the time when they just got shot to shit. That's the one that regenerates your entire body to full in 60 seconds. That's the stim. And that trade from therapist level 3 takes 3 shampoos. Those green stims generally run somewhere between 60 to 90k. And you can craft 2 shampoos for roughly 25k. Soaps generally are 18 to 12k-ish, and a bottle of water you can buy from therapists for 12k. So this is a super efficient craft, and if you're someone that wants to use those ETGs for yourself, you can save an immense amount of money by crafting the shampoos and doing the barter trade yourself. Otherwise, you can just sell them on the flea market. They generally sell for 15 to 25k because they are used in that ETG barter trade. They are even used in another really, really good barter trade, which is the TV-110 rig. This is a class 4 armored rig with a ton of storage in it. You can barter trade it from Ragman level 3, and it requires 2 shampoo and 4 bleach. Because it's in that trade as well, this is another really good thing that you could use if you want to throw it in your scav junk box and have something you can barter trade for armor and gear for yourself later on. This is such a good craft, and I feel like it's one that people ignore a lot. But we just mentioned the TV-110 rig needs bleach, and I believe we also mentioned earlier that the Blackjack Backpack needs bleach. We can craft bleach too. Bleach requires 1 bar of soap, 1 alkali solution, and 1 pack of sodium. And this will create 5 bleach for you in a crafting time of 38 minutes. Now, in terms of how much money you will actually make off of this, it's really based on the price of the components. Soap generally stays around 8 to 10k, alkali is generally around that same mark of 10k, and then sodium's that third piece, and sometimes sodium's like 12k, and sometimes sodium's like 45k, and it kind of just depends. So if sodium's low, great profit on this. The bleach you will normally find on the flea market for anywhere between 10 to 15k, sometimes a little bit lower, just depending on like the moment in the day. So it really is dependent on the price of that sodium and whether you're hoping to break even or make a profit on this. And it's used in all those previously mentioned barter trades. It's another really great thing that you can use to just spam in between your raids when you're regularly playing Escape from Tarkov to not only benefit yourself but also get that crafting skill up. Fleece is also 5 to 7k from the police, so if you wanted profit, that is good. I don't think it's profit if you purchase the beanies from Ragman. If you bought fleece from the flea market and turned it into bandages, it would be pretty close on profit, though. See what I meant by this guide being fucking long? This guide is huge. Beanie is not profit, but fleece is. Okay, and we had talked about longer crafts, right? We're going to be touching on these now, since we don't want to always be grinding. We're not always. Some of us have to go to sleep. You should go to sleep probably. Some of us have to go to work. And when we're at work and sleeping or whatever, doing our stupid adult responsibilities, right? Ew, gross. We're not able to be monitoring our hideout and monitoring our modules and stuff like that, to where we can't be doing like the fast resets, like everything else that we just talked about. So most of the modules have a longer craft, and I'm going to call these overnight. So these are really good crafts to set and forget, of like, all right, I'm going to go to bed, I'm going to set my long craft so that I can get that crafting XP overnight, and then, I'll wake up and I'll collect it. And if you start playing, you can start spamming the other ones, or you can set another one to run like, while you're at work or something like that. There are only two that I recommend in the lavatory. The first is the water filter craft. The water filter requires 4 gas mask air filters, 1 metal scissors, and 1 paper, and has a base crafting time of 9 hours and 53 minutes. So one nice thing about this craft is that it uses those gas mask air filters that we just talked about spamming earlier. That's that 2-minute craft that you're going to use to reset and grind your points in between, right? So it uses those, which means that we have something that we're doing with those. Now, if you factor in the price of the gas mask, this is a horrible loss. But if you're just looking at the price of the air filters, like if you want to purchase them off the flea market, generally the price of water filters is normally completely based off of and tied to the price of the components and vice versa. So if a water filter is running for 80K on the flea market, generally you'll be able to purchase all the materials for around 80K. Most of the time I'll see the air filters between 10 to 15K, the metal scissors for around 20K, and the paper between 15 to 20K. Now, we'll just say the base materials is break even, or it's, like I said, it might be a significant loss if you use that gas mask. But I do still do this craft all the time. 2 reasons. 1, it's a really long craft, right? It's great. I'm going to bed. I'm going to set this water filter up. It's going to get me 10 points of crafting XP while I sleep. Awesome. And you can use the water filters. If you do get to water collector 3, to where you are generating the purified water, this goes in there, and you'll generally use around 3 water filters a day. If you're staying on top of your hideout, you're only going to be crafting 1 a day because they take almost 10 freaking hours at base, right? So it does give you something that you are still feeding that machine. You're feeding the continuous machine that is your hideout. Now, the other long craft that I will also mention is the grenade case, okay? The grenade takes 2 metal fuel cans, a pair of metal scissors, 5 screw nuts, 5 bolts, and 1 wrench, and has a base crafting time of 16 hours and 40 minutes. This is really great because it uses your empty metal fuel cans from your generator. I see a lot of people just like sell them to therapists for like 8K or whatever they go for, which if that's your gig, fine. But I like to try and be efficient with my materials and the stuff that I've used and found. This is a really good use for that. You can find bolts and nuts really easily by just checking technical supply crates and toolboxes. And it's such a long craft. This is a really good craft for you. Like, I need to go to bed, and when I go to bed, I got to wake up and go to work, and I will not have the energy, the time, or the attention to be able to reset my hideout between waking up and before I need to leave for work. This will take long enough that you can set it when you go to bed, and it should be getting home about the time you get home from work. Now, is it a profit? No. It is never a profit. It'll break even sometimes, mostly depending on the price of bolts. Bolts sometimes can be like 30 to 40K, and sometimes they're 20K, and you need freaking 5 of them. So, I mean, if they're 40K, you're spending 200K in bolts. The grenade case will not sell for more than it sells to vendor, which you can sell to therapists for 321K, and you've already spent 200K in that in bolts. Add another 50, 60K in nuts, 20K for the metal scissors, 10K for the wrench, and then your empty fuel cans, which you put your price on there. You're not making money off the grenade case, but you're not really losing money either. Generally, it always around break even, and it is a really good craft for just those long overnights when you need to do to get your XP up for the crafting skill. Now, there's 2 others that I'm going to just quickly touch on, but I'm not going to break them down, and that's the magazine case and the scav junk box, okay? And you can do these. I do not recommend them. Neither of them are very long. They generally maybe break even, but often are crafted at a loss. The blue fuel cans that you need for the magazine case, and then the magazine cases that craft into the scav junk boxes, generally the base components for these are just worth way more than the actual cases. And the other 2 crafts we just talked about are generally just better, cheaper, more efficient, more effective options than doing either of these. If you did want to craft either of these cases for personal use, you could go ahead and do that, but I would not recommend putting these into your rotation to gain and grind your crafting XP. Now, there's lots of other crafts that are in the lavatory. Like, I know there's a few backpacks you can craft. Like, I know you can craft the Pilgrim. I know you can craft the Raid backpack, like Paracord. There's like a random helmet you can craft and like some armor or something like that. If I didn't talk about it, it's probably not worth mentioning. Either it's a horrible loss, it's not very efficient, it's a waste of materials. If I didn't talk about it, just don't worry about it. Now, if you feel I'm wrong on that, feel free to correct me. Drop your thoughts down in the comments below. I like occasionally creating the raid backpack since it is a slim profit. Yeah, it's just like, it's like a 2-hour craft, which for the purpose of like what we're talking about, it doesn't fit into overnights or into the idea of grinding crafting XP. So it just doesn't work for like anything, and it's not a good enough craft. I realize I didn't write last, so we'll do one more fight. It is for when I need to go to lunch. Sure. And there's unique situations that it could probably fit in, but it's just at base. It's just like not a good enough craft for these purposes. I'm going to go ahead and stop the recording for now, and I'll start it back up and stitch those together. I hate this map, do 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 do. I hate this map, do 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 do. I hate this map, do 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 do. I hate this map, do 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 do. This map sucks so much, do 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 do. It is such trash, do 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 do. I don't like it, do 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 do. So you jump from what, 4 people placing to how many? Like our very first battle, we had like 20 people place, and then it like went down to like 7, and then up to 12, and then down to 4, and then 6, and then 5, and now we're at like 12 again. I don't know what like makes people decide to stay or go. I really have no idea, but yeah, here we are. All right, I'm going to go random on these so I can continue the recording. Drawn with the gold, killed with flying rogues, a dog poop since 2003 with the healers. Back to the map. Starts the battle. What time is it? Okay, I'm actually going to push for another hour to end on that loyalty token chest. Especially because I don't fully know how much more time this guide is going to take. All right, place your units, everybody. Turn the recording back on. Spent like 20 minutes only at Lavatory. I also, like, Lavatory is one of the biggest ones. So is Workbench. But I also had the intro, and I didn't get started right away. So there's a couple things in there of why it took a little bit longer. I expected this to be a guide that, like, the final video is going to be 40 minutes to an hour long. Just because it's such a huge topic. Okay, so next let's talk about the Workbench, okay? This is going to be probably your largest profit maker if you are looking for money. The Workbench is going to be where we're going to be crafting a lot of the ammunition, well, all of the ammunition, and that's going to be where you're going to find the largest amounts of profit, as well as the components for the ammunition that can be crafted here. Now, we're going to start again with the grindy ones in terms of like these are really good ones to do between raids to reset that are still like either break even or have either a small or decent profit that you can just do while you are actively playing. And then we'll get to the overnights later on as well. Now, none of the other modules past the lavatory have something like that gas mask air filter. There isn't a 1-minute craft at the Workbench that you can use to reset the module so that you get crafting XP again. We don't have anything like that here, so there won't be any for any of the other modules either, unfortunately. The med station has one that's like close, but it's not the same. So let's just start getting into this. First, Printed circuit boards. There are 2 crafts that give printed circuit boards, and both of them give 2. One requires a gas analyzer and a screwdriver. This is the one with the red handle, and that takes 48 minutes. The other one requires a DVD drive and the flat screwdriver, which is the black handle, and that takes 33 minutes. These are almost always a relatively even craft. There's a few decent things that you can do with the printed circuit boards. They do have a barter trade from Peacekeeper level 3 to get 60 round 5.56 magazines. It is the Stanag mags and not the power mags, the drum mags, but it is 60 rounders, which are good if you like to run M4s, HKs, MDRs, so on and so forth, and they're also used in the graphics card craft. None of this is great. None of this is a reason that I'm like, oh, you need to be crafting fucking circuit boards, but it is decent, right? And it is something that you could do. Now, the next one, the magnet. The magnet craft requires a single damaged hard drive and is a 43-minute base craft. This is often profitable. You can normally get the damaged hard drive anywhere between 7 to 10k, and the magnets normally will sell around 16k. This is a small profit, right? But it is profit. So, I mean, if you're looking for something that you're like, I don't like taking losses, well, here you go. This is something that's not a loss on. And it is used in 2 med station crafts, both the portable defibrillator and the LEDX, and we will be talking about both of those when we get to the med station. Now, the gunpowders. The gunpowders are the ones that you will probably be spamming the most. And we're going to talk about all 3 of them, okay? First is Gunpowder Kite, or the blue gunpowder. You need 70 rounds of 5.45 PS ammunition, and it takes 1 hour and 29 minutes at base to craft. The blue gunpowder is used in a lot of ammunition crafts that we're going to be discussing later on, but that said, this is not worth crafting unless you just feel like it. It takes a little bit too long at an hour and a half, and the blue gunpowder, you'll probably find a lot of them. They're pretty common out in your raids, and they're normally super cheap on the flea market. Like, they're normally anywhere from 8k to 14k. And with you will make a profit if you do use the PS ammo. You can buy the PS ammo from Prapper, I think, for like 5k. So you will see a profit off of these, but it's just not the level of efficiency that we want when we're looking at trying to do crafting efficiently, especially when, even if we bought these off the flea market, the things that we will use them for, even with the flea market cost factored in, will still be a significant profit while having better efficiency somewhere else in the module. So next, let's touch on Gunpowder Eagle, or green gunpowder. This requires 2 M67 hand grenades and 1 smoke grenade at a base craft time of 1 hour and 39 minutes. This is one of the best crafts in the game, with an asterisk. Do not do this craft until you can buy the grenades from Peacekeeper. You can buy the grenades from Peacekeeper level 2, but only after you have completed his task, Spa Tour Part 2. That's the quest where you need to place a marker on the helicopter out front of the resort, as well as the little road that leads up to it. After you complete that quest, you're able to purchase these hand grenades, right? And this craft easily has the largest profit margin in the game after you've completed the quest, because you'll be able to purchase the 3 grenades you need for a total of like 12k. I think the 2 grenades from Peacekeeper, they're dollars, but I think it converts into like 9k for the 2 of them, and then, or maybe it's 19k, and then the smoke grenade from Prapper costs like 4k. So you're spending, we'll just say 20k, 25k. And the green gunpowder generally sells anywhere between 40 to 60k, because it is generally the rarest of the gunpowders in terms of being able to craft it, and craft it efficiently, as well as which crafts it is used in. This is such a great craft. It's used in a lot of the ammunitions, and I recommend actually saving these if you're wanting to grind your crafting XP, because you're going to be using these in a lot of those overnight ammunition crafts. The last gunpowder is Gunpowder Hawk, or red gunpowder. This requires 1 blue powder, 1 green powder, and a pack of matches, and it gives you 2 red gunpowders, and it has a craft time of 36 minutes. This is a really great craft. This is really good craft time. It's the amount of time we want, because it's right around that 30-minute mark of I got into a raid, I did the raid, I got out, and my craft is done, so it's good for that reset. It's really good efficiency too, because the blue powder, we said, we'll just say it's 10k, we'll say the green powder is 50k, so we're at 60, matches generally around 10k, 70k, and the red powders generally are around 35 to 40k. So it's normally a really small profit, maybe you'll break even, but it's used in a lot of those ammunition crafts. And so, and you don't lose out on much. So really what I expect you to be spamming the most when you are grinding your crafting XP and actively playing is some combination of the green powders and either magnets or circuit boards. But probably just spamming powders. Like I would recommend bouncing between greens and reds. Once you get some reds, start loading up on greens. If you have too many reds for the day or whatever, craft greens and bounce over to magnets so that you'll be ready for your med station later. Now, when we're looking at overnights, this is probably the main module that we will be looking at, like what can you do at module level 2 and what will you be doing at module level 3. We will talk about the ones that you can craft at module level 2 first, that you can do at level 20, because level 3 is going to require mechanic level 3. You're going to need to get to level 30, and who knows what other modules you need to have upgraded before you can build Workbench level 3, right? So there's 2 good crafts on Workbench level 2. One is 762x54R SNB. This requires 1 pack of red gunpowder, and it makes 80 rounds, and it takes about 6.5 hours to craft. Now, this isn't a perfect craft for the purposes of overnights, because 6.5 hours it's not your recommended amount of sleep. So if you're somebody that wants to get a decent amount of sleep, it won't fit that time frame. It's not perfect, but it is something that is available at Workbench level 2, and it does render a decent profit. That 1 red gunpowder, somewhere between 35 to 40k ish, and then the SNB rounds generally will sell for 1,000 a round ish, maybe around 900. So you can see you'll be spending around 35 to 40k to make 70 to 80k back. The SNB rounds are also really good sniper rounds if you're putting them through something like a Mosin or an SV98, or if you're using an SVDS. The other craft at level 2 Workbench is 9x19 Parabellum AP 6.3. Now, it requires 400 rounds of 9x19 PST GZH, as well as 2 red powders, and it'll craft you 200 rounds of AP 6.3 in a base time of 6 hours and 42 minutes. Now, again, this is not perfect, but this is an easy and early available craft that is very useful and profitable. Those AP 6.3 rounds generally sell for a pretty decent amount, anywhere between 750 to 1k per round. And you can buy the 400 rounds of 9x19 PST GZH from both Mechanic and Prapor. I think Mechanic's 70 rubles a piece, and then Prapor I think is 68 or 69 rubles a piece. And then you got your 2 red powders, which we just talked about making them. 1 craft of the red gunpowders gives you the red powders you need to craft this ammunition. You're looking at a really good profit margin on it, and it does give you something that you can do overnight. Those are the only 2 really good ammunitions that we can craft at level 2 Workbench. So I recommend doing those if you're trying to get an early start on your crafting XP. But if you do get to level 30 and get to Workbench level 3, you do have some more options available to you. The biggest one of which is 762x39 BP. So this takes 2 green gunpowders and 1 blue gunpowder and will craft 200 rounds, okay? It has a base crafting time of 8 hours and 35 minutes. This is also incredibly profitable, right? Massively profitable. The MK47 Mutant got added in this latest white patch, whatever you want to call it, and even now, 2.5 months, 3 months into the white, everyone's still running this thing because it's a really good gun, and with the nerf to the availability of meta ammunition at this point, 762x39 BP is a really, really good ammunition to be using. And when you're looking at spending anywhere, we'll say 70 to maybe even up to 90, 100k for the craft, this ammunition generally still sells for 100k a bullet, not 100k a bullet, 1k a bullet. So you're looking at 200k in bullets for what could have been only like 50 to 100k in investment of resources. The 8.5 hours is a really good overnight craft in terms of like setting your crafts, getting to bed, waking up, maybe getting a cup of coffee, making breakfast, whatever it is, and being able to come here and not miss out on too much time. And you can even just use the bullets yourself. You want to put them in an SKS. These bullets are really good and will punch through armor really effectively. Now, this only uses green and blue gunpowder, though. Doesn't use reds. We were wanting to craft reds earlier because it's such a well-timed craft. What are we doing with all these reds? The best craft for your reds is 762x51 M61s. This takes 6 red gunpowders and 3 helixes and only crafts 100 rounds. It takes 8 hours and 16 minutes at base. Now, this might seem bad, all right? You're like, man, I'm going to be burning 6 red powders and 3 other things that I either need to buy or find, and I only get 100 bullets. It does seem bad initially, but M61 is one of the best rounds in the game, and generally these rounds sell in the flea market for 3,000 rubles a piece. So these 100 bullets you can make 300,000 rubles on. Now, depending on the price of those reds, though, that's not much of a profit, because if we say reds are 40k each, you're using 6 of them, 240k. Helixes are 10k each, that's 30, 270k for 300k sales. You're not making a lot of money off of these in terms of what you used versus what you got. Now, if you craft all the way up to this, you won't notice the loss because you will have been still playing the game. You'll be using less money on those base materials to craft up the reds. You will have to find or purchase the helixes. And it does give you something to do with the reds to where you are breaking even or making a profit. Now, there are 2 other ammunitions that we're going to talk about, which is 9x39 SPP. This is what it's going to go into your AS Val as well as your VSS. It takes 150 9x21 BT rounds, 1 blue powder, and 1 multi-tool. It's a 10-hour and 30-minute base craft, and I find this craft to be really underrated, okay? SPP is one of the best bullets for that caliber. Now, there's only the 2 guns that use it, but they're both really good guns. You can buy the 9x21 BT bullets from Prapper, and he'll sell you like 200 at a time, so you can always have this craft available to you. A blue powder is really cheap, and the multi-tool you can buy from Mechanic. The bullets, I didn't actually write down the number you get. I believe you get 200 rounds of it, and the bullets will still sell for like 1,000 rubles a piece. And then you are only spending, I think it's like 35k for the bullets from Prapper, 10k for the blue powder, and 25k for the multi-tool. Huge profit on this. Huge profit, and it's a great overnight craft. Now, if you're not somebody who uses the VSS or the Val, this just like the bullets might not be useful to you, but if you're looking for a good overnight to get your crafting XP, or you want some extra money, great craft. And the last one that I'm going to touch on is 545 PBBS, or otherwise known as Igolnik for your 545 AKs. It takes 2 blue powders, 2 green powders, and 2 red powders, and it builds you 180 rounds, okay? Now, this craft takes 11 hours and 26 minutes. It's one of the longest crafts in the Workbench, and it's really good for that purpose. It generally will break even, but you're using so much powder on rounds that aren't worth as much as some of, like, it's like they're not even, it's debated now whether they're even the best round within 545. It's like, do I want to use a Golnik with its pen but low damage, or get a little more damage out of just using base BS but just, might not punch through class 6 armor as well. So it's kind of up in the air. If you're somebody that likes running 545 AKs a lot and you want to save a little bit of money and still be able to work on your crafting XP, it's something you could consider, but I personally never do this craft and just use the last 3 that I mentioned. Now, one last thing that I'll touch on is this craft. I've never done it. I don't recommend it, but there is a long craft in the form of the Fleur thermal scope that you can do at your Workbench. If you get the materials for it because you like to run reserve, go for it. But I'm not even going to really break it down because it's not super worth it. But it is fun to craft a thermal, right? You're like, fuck yeah, my dude fucking built a thermal scope. Damn. But I don't recommend doing it. Instead, focusing on the ones that we just talked about. Guide big. Big guide big. Those are the 2 biggest modules, though. Those are the 2 biggest ones. The other ones are much smaller. You can see Intelligence Center fits on one fucking scroll. I'm not looking forward to editing this either. Okay, next let's talk about the Intelligence Center. Now, there is no fast craft at the Intelligence Center. None. 0. Everything on this takes forever. But they do have good crafts for quests, and otherwise there's some that are like decent, you know, and some that you can make a little bit of money here. It's just good efficiency there, but they are all super long, so just keep that as a heads up. I'm only going to be talking about 3, and I'll kind of mention on 1. The first is at level 2 Intelligence Center is your VPX flash storage modules. It takes 3 sticks of RAM, 2 SSDs, and 3 broken G phones, and it'll craft you 2 VPXs. It has a base craft time of 65 hours and 30 minutes, and it does generate a decent amount of profit. This is a decent craft to target if you haven't gotten Intelligence Center level 3 yet, because you will need level 3 for the cycle that we're going to be mentioning in just a moment. And the VPXs generally will sell pretty well. They're needed for the graphics card craft, as well as like a quest and a couple other things, so they generally always hold their value. Shit, they sell to the vendors for like a little over 100k, so it's not a bad craft. The most expensive things in here is the SSDs. You're going to be looking at 40 to 50k for each of the SSDs, so 100k there. 10 to 20k for each of the 3 G phones. We'll just round up, so we're at 160k, and then 10k ish for each of the RAM. So we're looking at 200k for items that we will generally sell for around 150k each. So you're spending 200k to make 300k while maintaining that active craft in your Intelligence Center to still be grinding that crafting XP. Now, the next one is a really good craft, but it's even better if you have level 3 Intelligence Center, which is the Secure Flash Drive craft. This requires 1 G phone, 1 G phone X, and 1 SSD, and it gives you 3 flash drives, and it has a craft time of 34 hours and 13 minutes. So G phone, you're looking at 10 to 20k, G phone X, you're looking at 20 to 30k, and the SSD, you're looking at around 50k. So it's a 100k craft. If you sold the flash drive straight onto the flea market, they generally sell between 50 to 60k, so you're spending about 100k to be able to sell them out for 150-ish, maybe 180k total. So it's always going to be a profit, at least at the current prices. Flash drives are really useful. Some people need them for other crafts, for quests, stuff like that. And so it's something that it's really reliable. Now, this craft gets a lot better, both when you get your crafting skill up, because like we talked about, as you get your crafting skill up, it lowers the craft time. So this 34 hours and 13 minutes gets down to like a day. So if you just started at, you're like, oh, I normally sit down at 6 p.m. to play Tarkov. Oh, my flash drives are done. Cool. And when you get to that point with our next craft as well, you can just bounce between this craft and the next one back and forth each day, and it's fucking great. And let's just go ahead and go straight into the next craft, which you do unfortunately need level 3 Intelligence Center for, which I understand is a very big barrier, but with how limited the crafts are in the Intelligence Center, we just have to go this direction, which is the Folder with Intelligence craft. The Folder with Intelligence craft takes 3 flash drives and 1 pack of paper. So we just got done talking about the 3 flash drives that you craft. That craft generates 3 flash drives. So all you now need is a pack of paper. And this craft takes 31 hours and 40 minutes, which again, when you reduce that down, it generally becomes like a day once you get to like mid-level crafting XP. This is the great bounce. You craft your flash drives, you buy a pack of paper, you craft a folder with intelligence. Then you craft some flash drives, you craft a folder with intelligence. You just bounce between these two. Now, the flash drives, even if we say you bought them off the flea market, 60k each, 180k. You bought a pack of paper for 20k, 200k. These folders with intelligence generally sell between 250 and 400k. Kind of just depends. Like, you need them for some upgrade stuff here and there. They're used in the scav case, so their price fluctuates a lot, but right now I've been seeing them for around 300k. Great profit also. And it also just gives this module something to do to bounce back and forth between. It's really good profit. If you want to use it in your scav case because you like using a folder with intelligence in your scav case, it will generate those for you at a pretty decent like price margin, so you're not having to constantly buy them off the flea market. So it is good for that purpose, and it keeps your crafting XP up. I didn't write any notes for this next one because I just wanted to touch on it, and that's the graphics card craft. The graphics card craft, it takes like 8 CPUs, 8 printed circuit boards, a couple of VPX modules, a ratchet wrench, and a partridge in a pear tree. And it's not a good craft. It's a good long craft. It takes like 110 freaking hours, but it's not very profitable because generally the price of the components, especially the VPX modules and the ratchet wrench and stuff, are pretty heavily tied to whatever the current price of graphics cards is. And it's just not worth it compared to being able to bounce back and forth between the rest of the crafts that we just talked about. If you find yourself with the materials to do it and you want to, you totally can. Or if you need that extra graphics card for like farming part 4, totally go for it. But I do not recommend weaving graphics card crafts into your crafting rotation for the Intelligence Center module at all. All right, next, Med Station. Now, just as a note, we have left the land of profit. There's 2 modules left, which is the Med Station and the Nutrition Unit. And we will do our best to make even on these. There's no money to be made here, but you can break even, you can craft some things that you can use, and you can get your crafting XP up so that you can actually make some benefit out of the lavatory, Med Station, intelligence thing. All right, so we're going to start at the bottom, all right? So we have the Ai2 Med Kit. Some people call this the cheese, right? This requires 1 pile of meds, makes 3 AI2s. It's a 22-minute craft. This is the shortest craft that's at the med station. I think at my current level of like level 32 crafting, it takes like 13 minutes. So this is the closest that you get to that gas mask craft. If you're somebody that takes a long time to reset in between raids, this could be something that you might use to like reset your crafting if you wanted. And it generally breaks even in terms of value. Pile of meds generally are somewhere between 10 to 12k. Cheese generally is around like 4 or 5k. You're not making money on this, but we are going to be using cheeses in our next craft. Everything else now we're in level 2 med station 4, which this is one of the crafts that I spam the most, which is pile of meds. It requires 1 cheese, which we just talked about, 1 aseptic bandage, which is the white one, which we talked about back in the lavatory that you use fleece to craft, and 1 augmentin, and it generates 3 piles of meds and takes 48 minutes at base. So here's where those bandages come from. This craft is generally relatively even. The only thing that really ever fluctuates in price is the augmentin, and it kind of just depends. I've purchased augmentin off the flea market for like 12k, and then I've had to buy it from therapists for like 32k because that was the cheapest option. So it really just kind of depends, but it's such a good craft, and you use the pile of meds in basically every other relevant craft within the med station, right? So it's a really good thing to just weave in. It's got that nice sweet time that you'll be able to reset it in between your raids. You'll have to craft something else in between your raids, otherwise you're not getting crafting XP. But it's just a good baseline craft. This is your bread and butter with some cheese thrown in, right? So we're going to be spamming this all of the time in between any of our other crafts because you can use them. It's always at least breaking even, sometimes even a profit. But now, what else can we make? We're going to be looking at what is going to be close to like the best profit you could hope for out of the med station, which is the mule stimulant, or MULE. It's the kind of olive colored one. It's the one that you use, and now you're suddenly able to carry the entire raid's shit out, right? Now, this requires 1 Zagustin, 1 morphin, 2 max energy drinks, and 2 piles of meds. It has a base crafting time of 1 hour and 32 minutes. And gives you 1 stimulant. Now, generally, this will be a marginal profit. It kind of just depends on the price of everything on the flea market. Because the morphine, you can craft it here in the med station. Do not do it. It's an awful craft. It's shit-ass terrible. Never craft morphine unless you need Fountain Raid ones for a quest. Otherwise, just buy them off the flea market. Morphines are almost always 10 to 12k because you can find them freaking everywhere. Anywhere that a med spawn is can have morphine. They're everywhere. So morphine, cheap, carry them out, save them for your crafts. The max energy drinks generally are also cheap, but we'll also be crafting them, and we'll talk about that when we get to the nutrition unit, and then the pile of meds we just talked about as the craft that we want to spam the most. This leaves the Zagustin. This is the purple injector. the prices of Gustin mostly seems to fluctuate with the price of mules on the flea market. I've seen mules as low as like 60K, and at that time Gustins were like 10 to 12K, and then I've seen mules up to like upwards of like 90 to 100K, and Gustins were sitting at around 30K, to the point that I was buying them off of Therapist because Therapist was just the cheapest one at like 28K. So we're looking at like really pile of meds 10K each, energy drinks 10K each, morphine 10K. So we got 50K there, and then whatever the price of Zagustin is. So if Zagustin's 10K, you're spending 60K. If you're able to sell the mule for 70K, cool, you've made 10K. If Zagustins are 30K, well, shit, that cost us 80K in materials. Oh, we can sell them for 90K. We made 10K. It's not a huge profit, but you will not find huge profits in the MedStation module. It's the best you got. And also, if you're somebody that likes to carry a mule on you in case you get, super fat. Oh man, I killed a dude in the couch backpack. I got 6 armors and 8 guns and 400 bullets on me. You're going to want a mule to actually be able to carry that out. But there's some other things that we can craft, right? IFAKs. These are the small little like camouflage med packs. They got 300 durability, right? They require 2 piles of meds, 2 army bandages, and 1 S-March. And this will give you 2 IFAKs at a base crafting time of 50 minutes. This is another thing that you can use your piles of meds for, because if you're like, I normally will just flat bounce between the mule and the pile of meds back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, maybe weaving in a cheese if I'm out of cheeses, but otherwise, I get 3 piles of meds and only use 2 of them on the mule. So every time I do that cycle, I'm gaining an extra pile of meds. What do I do with them? Well, if I break off and do like an IFAK, that's going to use 2 of the pile of meds. I still haven't actually burnt any extras yet, but I mean, I use meds. We go into raids. We get shot, right? And so, like, IFAKs are pretty decent. They only take up 1 square, and they're not good for stopping heavy bleeds. Bring a hemostat with you. But otherwise, they're pretty good. They're pretty efficient. I would recommend doing the IFAK craft over the Salua craft. You get 2 IFAKs. You're going to be healing a total of 600 HP with this versus the Salua that only heals for 400. You could potentially stretch that over 2 raids instead of the Salua, which you might lose in 1. It does use more of the materials that we've been talking about here, whereas the Salua doesn't use any pile of meds. This is just a useful craft. It now generally crafts at a relatively even price point. It's not great, but nothing else in here is. Now, our next 3 crafts are all level 3 med station. Now, you can get med station level 3 a little bit earlier, but I'm just putting that out there, making sure you understand these next 3 are all med station level 3. The first one is Propodol. It requires ibuprofen, a golden star, and 2 piles of meds, and makes 7 Propodols at a crafting time of 1 hour and 55 minutes. Do not buy the materials for this craft. Do not buy the materials for the purpose of doing this craft, because that ibuprofen is going to be 60k. That golden star bomb is going to be 100 to 150k. So you're looking at 200 to 250k to craft 7 Propodols that at best sell for 20k each. You're looking at 140k in Propodols, okay? You only do this craft if you are already using those pain meds during your raids. So if you got a golden star in your container and you're like, cool, using it. It doesn't matter how many uses it has left for the craft. It can have 1 use left. So if you use your golden star from 10 down to 1, you get out of the raid and go, oh, set that used up golden star aside, and then grab a pack of ibuprofen, and then use ibuprofen for your next several raids until you have like 1 or 2 uses left in the ibuprofen. Instead of just using them up entirely, you can now use them to craft Propodols, which a lot of us will grab Propodol. It's a painkiller. It's a regenerative stimulant, heals you, lets you run, and so it's just something, it's efficiency. This is not profit, but it is a good use of your materials and your meds if you have been planning ahead to do them for this purpose. Next is the closest thing you're going to get to an overnight craft, which is the portable defibrillator. It takes 2 magnets, 3 wires, 4 caps, and 1 power bank. It has a crafting time of 5 hours and 15 minutes. Now, we crafted the magnets earlier in the Workbench. The wires you can also craft in the Workbench. We didn't touch on them because they're not a very good or very profitable craft. You can craft caps in the Workbench. Again, not good timing or profit either, so we didn't talk about them. And then the power bank you will either need to purchase or find for yourself. This craft generally always breaks even. The power bank is generally around 30 to 50k. The magnets are around 15k, so we'll just say 80k. And then the 7 other materials are about 10k each. So we're looking at 140 to 150 150K each. The portable defibrillators almost always sell for vendor price, which is around 140K. So you're either breaking even or a slight loss. But if you're looking for something that can give you just a little bit of extra crafting XP overnight, this is what you got, okay? This is what you're doing. This is the best you got for getting that crafting XP when you are not actively monitoring the med station. I will touch on just a moment the LEDX, okay? Med station level 3 does allow you to craft a LEDX. It is horrible. Never do it. The only reason ever to do the LEDX craft is if you need one found and raid edit LEDX for your private clinic task that therapist gives you at level 35 to get your thick items case. That is an acceptable reason to do this craft, but otherwise this craft is horrible. It's good for crafting time. It's like a 40-hour craft, but you will legitimately be spending 3 times the price of a LEDX to craft a LEDX. It needs like RFID readers, 3 portable defibs, a couple of ophthalmoscopes, and a hope and a prayer from John Badcock in order to craft one, okay? And it's just not worth it. It's a horrible loss. It's not worth it even for the crafting XP. Just do the portable defibs when you're going to bed for the night, okay? Turn the recording off. We're almost done, which is good. It's real good. This guide is fucking huge. Like, this guide, if I go to edit it on the next creation stream next week, next Sunday, it will probably take me the whole stream, if not more, to edit this video. Ugh. Making YouTube videos is such work. Fuck. I appreciate you guys, though. I appreciate everyone that's just hanging out while I fucking do this. I appreciate you guys a lot. Opens the box. 3 warriors, 3 tanks, and 3 flag bearers, any of which can be yours for 420 channel points. Most kills going to ZK. Most assists to Sarah O'Neill. Second most kills to Miro Dio Girl. Third going to Scott Scabbers. Second most assists, a tie between Contender and AP10. And third going to Bizarro Shoshipi. Going random on the scrolls in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Contender with the Warriors, Sarah O'Neill with the tanks, and ZK with the flag bearers. Back to the map. And now we are at what will actually be last. This will actually be last. Actually. Cannot place. What? But that's my zone. What? Can I place here? Thank you. Okay, let me place a unit for Athena real quick. All right, let's finish this up. At least the recording of it. All right, the last major module that we're going to be talking about is the nutrition unit. Now, just as a note, everything in the nutrition unit is a loss. All of it. There is nothing that even, like, kind of breaks even. It's all a loss. It all sucks. Now, that said, there are some that are better or closer to even, or at least serve a purpose for us. There are 3 crafts that we can talk about in the nutrition unit, okay? If I don't mention it, don't don't mention it. Okay, so the first one and one of the biggest ones is the Max Energy drinks. It takes 1 Tar Cola, 1 Magica coffee, and 1 bottle of water, and it crafts you 4 energy drinks. It crafts you 4 energy drinks. I don't know why I put a 3 here, but it crafts you 4. It takes 1 hour and 48 minutes. This is probably your most even craft. Generally, the Tar Cola is about 10K. The water you can buy from Therapist for 12K. And so we're at 22. And the coffee sits somewhere between like 12 to 20K. It kind of just depends. You get 4 energy drinks that are generally worth 8 to 10K each. So you're really close to even. Now, the energy drinks are also just so insanely useful. So one, they're used in the mule craft that we talked about in the med station, right? You're going to be using 2 of them per mule. Boom. You got your materials here for that craft. We're all keeping that engine going, right? The big massive engine that is the hideout. Also, energy drinks are probably one of the best provisions in the game. They provide, I think it's like 20 hydration and 10 energy. If you grab like 2 or 3 of them and take them into a raid with you, this is going to get you through even a really, really long raid. And they're great for grinding both metabolism and immunity. And the reason for that, they give you both a small penalty to stress resistance as well as a benefit to like mag drills or something like that. It's like +1 and -1 to each of those. And the plus and benefit only, the benefit and detriment only lasts for 5 minutes, but that also means that gives you a perfect 5-minute timer for when you need to drink one to reset and gain more of your metabolism skill and your immunity skill. It's just such a universally versatile provision item in craft that I spam this craft as much as I can because I use these all the time. I don't bring any other food into raid anymore. I just bring 2 or 3 energy drinks. I'm like, I'm good. And I'm getting skill XP for other skills. And it's used in my mule craft. It's such a great craft. It doesn't profit, but it's just wildly useful. Now, Slicker's Bar. Slicker's Bar takes 1 Alionka, 1 box of oat flakes, and 1 pack of crackers. And it'll craft you 7 Slickers in a base time of 1 hour and 12 minutes. This is normally a relatively even craft. The crackers are going to run you 12 to 15K. The oat flakes will be 10K, so 25. And the chocolate's actually going to be based, the price of it's going to be based off our next craft, right? The chocolate will be anywhere between 15 to 40K. That's a wildly spread of numbers. The Slickers generally you're going to only sell for 7 to 10K at most. But, okay? Normally we're somewhere around even on the craft in terms of like materials versus what you could sell the final product for. But we mentioned earlier, way back when in this video in the lavatory about the craft for Ripstop. Ripstop's great. You know, we want Ripstop for those awesome barter trades that we talked about. You can trade 1 Slicker's Bar for 1 Scav Vest to craft that Ripstop. That's what we do this craft for. If it wasn't for that barter trade, we would not do this craft ever. But we will do this craft so that we can barter trade for Scav Vest so we can craft Ripstop, because otherwise we'd only be bouncing between the max energy drinks and our next craft, which is a pack of sugar. Now, a pack of sugar, it takes 2 Alionka chocolate bars to craft and has a base crafting time of 1 hour and 23 minutes. This craft is basically always a loss. Basically always. Like, no matter what, you will be spending just a little bit more on the chocolate than the sugars. Why? I don't know, but you do. I don't know why that's the way this works out, but that's just the way it always works out. You would think like all the other ones we talked about that it would either be like almost even or like maybe you make a little bit of profit since you're spending the time to craft it. Nah, I guess people just know that this is what you're going to be doing and they're just going to charge you extra for the chocolate, right? But it is a good craft. Generally, if sugar is 70K, you'll be paying 35 to 40K for each chocolate and you'll have a loss of 5 to 10K, right? It's not great, but it is another craft that fits in because the nutrition unit has nothing else of relevance, and you can use the sugar, right? If you get your hideout built up and you have the booze generator, you can use the sugar to make moonshine. So it does have a purpose, it has a use, it fits into that massive machine, and it's something to keep this module active that you can bounce between like the max energy drinks and the pack of sugar so that you keep resetting crafts so that you are still gaining that crafting XP. It's not great, There's nothing else in this module. There's only one craft that is anything close to an overnight, and it's the hot rod craft, but it's going to be using purified water, and you only get one of those every like 5 hours out of your water collector, and it uses a bunch of other stuff. I don't recommend it in the slightest. There's like a craft for like Wilston cigarettes, which is decent because there's a barter trade from Mechanic for like a built out M1A, but again, it's just not worth it, especially when really, if you're doing everything that we talked about up to this point, spamming the mule craft and running your booze generator, bouncing between the max energy drinks and the sugar, you'll just keep using them. You won't build up an extra supply of these materials. You'll just use them. And especially if you're taking the max energy drinks into raid and using the packs of sugar in your booze generator, you will not generate a surplus. This just feeds the machine. Nutrition unit, feed. Funny. All right. Anyway, so yeah, that's all we got for the nutrition unit. It's not great. It needs some TLC, Nikita, my man, please. And I will touch ever so briefly on the booze generator. It doesn't give you anything. It crafts moonshine, and that's it. It doesn't provide crafting XP. It's not. You know. I'm actually somewhat curious. I wonder if the very first time you craft moonshine, if it gives you crafting XP, and then after that, because you're spamming the same craft because you only have one option, if that's why it doesn't give you XP anymore. I would need to find someone who has not crafted a moonshine yet and see if it works or not. But either way, after that, it doesn't do anything. Okay, so this is everything. This is the whole hideout. The profit from the hideout is ultimately pretty limited, but it can be found, especially when you're working with either the workbench or the lavatory. The other modules are not great, but they feed you, they feed your needs, they feed your machine, you know, like it just all kind of works together. Now, like I said at the beginning of the video, whether crafting and crafting XP and the skill is something that you want to pursue or not is completely up to you. This is not something that has some wild benefit, right? It's not like hitting elite endurance or elite strength or anything like that to where you can now run across the entire map without stopping and leap over entire fences and walls, right? It's like, I mean, I can craft stuff faster. I can craft more stuff. Cool. That's all it does. But getting that XP, if you're not like essentially following this guide, and if you found something better or more efficient or anything, by all means let me know, put it down in the comments below. But if you are somebody who likes to see progress and build upon yourself and find more progression, this is what you got. The crafting in Escape from Tarkov leaves a lot to be desired. There's a lot of quality of life improvements that could still be made. There's still more things that I would like to be able to craft, but this is what we got for the time being. And I mean, it works. It's nice. You can find a lot of things that do benefit you in terms of like funding yourself, in terms of like getting your own armor, your own ammunition, your own meds, your own food. Like the hideout can provide all of those things when you include barter trades. It can provide all of those things. And it just gives you something to do with your hideout, and it ultimately will save you money, gives you stuff to do with the stuff you find. It's decent. I'm not going to say it's great. I'm not going to tell you that this is something you should be doing or have to do, but it's something that ultimately will help you in the end if you do it. You will see and notice the benefit of having the higher crafting skill and rolling on these crafts, because you will have so much accessible to you. The only thing this doesn't do for you, the only thing that you don't get out of this is a gun. Everything else is covered. We talked about a barter trade for a backpack. We talked about a barter trade for a really good armor. We talked about meds. We talked about money. We talked about food. Like, it covers everything. It even covers the bullets for the gun. It just doesn't cover the gun itself. You'll have to, you know, buy and build that yourself. But if you were looking for, man, I feel like I'm not getting my crafting skill up and I'd like to see it go up, just because I want to see the number go up, because I want to craft things a bit faster. How do I make that go up faster? Boom, here you go. Welcome to how to make that go up. I say welcome and we're at the end of the video, but you know, it is what it is, whatever. So that's what you got. If you got something that you think could be improved upon or something better, I would absolutely love, let me know. Put it down in the comments below. We can pin that and make sure that we are trying to be as accurate and efficient and profitable as possible for everybody in terms of what you're wanting to do with your hideout. Now, I do stream Escape from Tarkov. I normally stream Escape from Tarkov on Tuesdays. You're more than welcome to join me. Although I do stream 4 days a week, I'm a hyper variety streamer. We stream on Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, and Sundays, and I'd love to see you there. I'm always happy to talk about whatever, even if we're not playing Tarkov. We can absolutely talk about Tarkov. I love Tarkov a lot. That's why I've spent all this time making this video, and I hope you found it useful. Whether you did or didn't, I would greatly appreciate if you leave your thoughts down in the comments below. If you want to come play Tarkov with me or need some other people to play Tarkov with, we do have a Discord server. I'm in there pretty often playing Tarkov because this game has consumed a lot of my life, because good lord is it really good. It's not perfect, it's got its problems, but I cannot deny just what a unique and enjoyable experience Tarkov is. So go check that out. You can also catch up with me on Twitter. There's links to everything that I mentioned down in the comments below. There's lots of other videos on this channel, including Escape from Tarkov videos, guides for other skills, and I'm continuously working on more Tarkov videos right now. So if that's something you're interested in, hit that subscribe button, turn on the bell for notifications so you are notified when that next video goes live. But if you do watch one of those other YouTube videos, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. Whew! It's done. The recording, anyway. Video is huge. I knew it would be, but damn, it was even bigger than I thought. Oh. Oh. Oh, close that down. Close that down. How are we looking in here? Nice. Nice. Okay, what else can I look into? I'm not going to work on the Yakuza thumbnail right now. That's ready. Let's work on the video descriptions for the 2 reactions that we have. Turn this back on. Open this. Minimize. That works too. What was its name, right? Evertried? Yeah. Now that is a bold statement. A true indie, question mark? Apparently I need this song too. Debris and Dazers Double D. Alright, those are ready. All right, what do we do for 9 minutes? Oh. I think I already got this set up, right? This is ready for the next one already? It is. Ooh. Poetry ribbons. We grab another song, apparently. Retrovision Puzzle. Hold on, because there's Puzzle and there's Puzzle VIP. The one that's in this mix is Puzzle VIP. What's the difference? Oh, I hear the difference immediately. Yeah, okay. Definitely this one. I don't even think I have Yakuza installed anymore. I'm pretty sure I uninstalled it. Yeah. I know something I want to look at. I don't know if I've updated this in a bit. I have not updated this in a bit. Something I can do. I can update this. I have not updated this in a hot minute. Oh wait, maybe I did. I was looking at the wrong thing. It is pretty updated, actually. Yeah, actually pretty damn updated. That's fine. What is Ghost of a Tale? Why did I have it in here? All right, this really cute mouse game. I do still want to try this. And edited, uploaded. Ideally. I got it God knows when. Yeah, yep. I have since finished Code Vein. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Ghost of a Tale is an odd one in that it got all the atmosphere and exploration of a Souls-like, but none of the combat. Interesting. And then Biomutant was supposed to be that with just Borderlands combat, but, well, what can I say? Biomutant was a nice game, but I barely played it. I was interested when the trailer showed up, but never got it. I think you got it from EA Access. I at least played most of Ghost of a Tale, might finish it at some point. Definitely much less incentive to play a game when you get it for free. Yeah, that's true. Alright, let's do this. But because it was free is also why I will never finish Mass Effect 3. Even playing through them for the first time with the new version that came out, it was Mass Effect, Andromeda 1, 3, and then 2. Wait, I thought you finished Mass Effect 3, Eve. Oh. Like, I thought you had finished it. Did you just, like, get most of the way through it and then be like, alright, I guess I'm done? I've got like 2 main missions left or something. Dang. Did you finish Mordin Solus's quest line in 3, or did you finish, Legion and Tally's quest line in 3? 50 gold, it could be yours for 420 channel points. Most kills go into Splitting Hairs. Second place go into Sarah O'Neill. Third place to Bizarro Shoshipi. Most assists to Bizarro Shoshipi. Second place going to Rayback, and third going to Miro Dio Girl. Yeah. Going random in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Athena with the gold. Totally rigged. Alright, and that's where we will stop, and we will push forward again another time, another day. What's in the stove? I need those. Oh, I don't know how long that's been done. Bummer. Well, what didn't was the romance was extremely lazy and tacked on, and the options you get in them are extremely disappointing. Like, I was really hoping to keep the same love interest through the whole games, but nope, my first choice, I didn't get the achievements. Yeah, I agree, Eve. I agree entirely with that. Like, no matter who you choose in the first game, they are not an option in the second game, and that's always frustrating. 2, they're gone, and 3, they barely recognize you were there. Yeah. Cover mechanic in combo is not fun with the weapon selections. Got more and more narrow the further you are in the series. I haven't played it in so long that I don't remember. Like, I don't think I have played a Mass Effect game. One of the Mass Effect original trilogies in 6 years, so. Wanted to use a sniper, but they're so weak in 2 and 3. Yeah, I don't know. Those types of specifics I don't remember super well anymore. Alright. But is anyone we know streaming right now? Oh, Gorthan is. We're gonna go visit Gorthan. Alright, thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out. I appreciate it a lot. I got a lot done. I got everything I hoped to get done today, plus a little bit extra, which is great. That's fantastic. That is super goodly. So we're gonna go visit my friend Gorthan. He's really great. You might have heard Gorthan's voice if you've ever been in Athena stream on Saturday. He's in there playing. He'll play spoopy games with us. He often streams rhythm games like Friday Night Funkin' and Step Mania. Looks like he's playing some Valheim right now. Not that / raid. All right, so we're gonna go visit my friend Gorthan. Thank you so much, everybody. I will be back on Tuesday. I might be back later today to play another game of some sort, but I don't know at this point. So all of you, I wish you well. I hope you have a good day. Stay safe, and I will see you next time. Peace out. Bye. Can definitely synthesize really boils down to whether you enjoy the overall story or not. I went for Tally, so I was fine not having any romance in the first one. Tally was my first choice in the first one too, and then Tally was a choice in the first one, and I was like, well, crap. I really like this Liara chick. She's a little bit like plain in the very beginning, but she's getting more interesting. And then the next game it was like Liara's gone. Tally's here though, and I'm like, oh, cool. Tally's here. That's cool, I guess. I got really attached to Liara now though, but. Okay, and then I like got attached to Tally, and then in his third game, it was like, well, now what? And I'm like, I don't freaking know. I hate you for making me make these choices.